Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Mega Monkey, welcome. We're back in Workers and Resources in our republic. Trying to build up towards our new university project. So that we may hopefully try and start up research and education externally from the main settlement. And make sure that all the orphans get their university education that they need. That is the main goal. Right now they're getting lost in the shuffle between all the other university educations. And it probably is better for them to make their way through the university so we get them a higher education so they can work as teachers. I've been thinking about a couple things. I tried something yesterday off stream in a dedicated save, which basically involved picking everyone up into buses from a house and just driving them around all the time. And they never get hungry. They just if you can unload and reload them, you can basically keep people in stasis forever until they're needed. Which could be useful, but I don't know. Basically, we would keep our population ready to go in buses instead of elsewhere. That might be something to try at some point. We're also demolishing the old food factory area, making room for more housing. We're demolishing old construction offices, making way for more modern ones with AMO trucks, apparently. They will hopefully be replaced or assisted by some larger capacity ones, but I guess right now we're going to AMO 15 trucks. And see how it goes. Don't have better vehicles yet for the secret police. I tried the secret police off stream too. I think the way it works, if I understand it correctly, is based on the number of secret police agents and their loyalty. Is how long the loyalty is known for a building. So if you have a lot of very loyal secret police agents in a building, you know the building's loyalty is for much longer. It basically starts a timer as soon as a horse carriage arrives, as in our dark brown horse secret police here. It starts like a timer in the background that depends on the loyalty and the amount of secret police agents at the time that the secret police is installing the monitoring equipment. So you want this to be as high as possible. If you care about having as many loyalty known as possible and the vehicles not becoming overloaded. The highest I've seen in my test was 600 seconds, which is pretty long. So yeah. And then better vehicles, of course, can refresh the rate of the timer much faster. We are still undergoing a move towards high loyalty, or at least attempting to. Struggling to do so. Once we have the external university, it might become better. But then again, I can't really move the highly educated, very loyal people into the orphanage again, making them work there. They would have to run the public school, and then push up the average loyalty of everyone else involved. That would be the goal. Get most students over 50% loyalty, which in turn should hopefully run a orphanage reliably. I have seen in the test also that an orphanage at 10 workers with very high loyalty has more than half the capacity of the orphanage, but I have not managed yet in a test to get the orphanage full with workers. Actually, no, that's not true. No, I think the orphanage can have more than its maximum amount with very loyal workers. Yeah, I think I tested it. The orphanage was full, and it had more than the building's work slots, so we'll not be able to balance it out that way either. The music is so spooky. Oh, it's a spooky situation right now. What else is supposed to happen right now? It's very spooky. Also building up some more residential buildings to get more population into our republic. Once we have the orphans into the school teacher path set up, I think we'll turn off the setting for people with less than 50% loyalty as basic education workers that can move into the town. They can still live here if they have less than 50, but anyone who wants to move in has to have either 50% or higher loyalty. That of course is not going to work because we need a lot of workers running the settlement. But it should free up a lot of space so that we can make decisions on which buildings to actually like leave in that on that setting, and then which ones to flip back on to all workers. In the meantime, Ustron is running the waste incinerator successfully with a couple waste dumps and a distribution office and a dedicated vehicle running around and picking up the construction waste from them whenever it has piled up. With the distribution office also helping, basically a waste sorting facility, but with no workers involved and very slow, but it works. We're researching towards Soviet functionalism, so we get access to better buildings, houses, and the large orphanage, which we then also would build in Project O, together with some residential buildings and a secret police, probably. Unless we get fast vehicles for the secret police in this lady. One or the other. So yeah, we might need an end station here. Can we get some better vehicles for this route? AMO buses, half capacity of the large horse carriage, but double the speed. More than double the speed. Personal cars are not really good for us. I feel like I should set up like a vehicle production line and acquire the licenses to make more Russo-Bals, because I would be fine with like having vehicles with 20 kilometers an hour in most cases, but we'll just go through the technological progression of like what the game throws at us and see. In the meantime, we're setting up a repair station here, which will handle the repairs of the vehicles. No. Yes, sure. We'll need a horse veterinary until we can replace the road cranes, I guess. After that, we can also get rid of that vehicle, that building. So it should hopefully not take too long. When is the next? I mean, the road cranes were available in 1931, 32, I think. We knew one of them. Yeah, 1932. So 5 more years. That'll do. We set up our route that brings passengers through the end station here. No problem. And I was wondering if we at some point have the ability to set up like a high-speed rail system for dedicated trains. The idea was like, I was thinking like, what if we had like buses running around here that fill themselves up with like people over time? And then at some point they send it to like a train station, and the train is waiting there for a bus to unload workers into it, and then it starts moving only at that point. Because we can set a vehicle to wait in a bus stop until it's like until it has some people in it. So that is probably also possible for trains. But how would we make it so that we can have like a train wait until it's like sufficiently full with workers? Or like passengers, I guess. I think you're done exporting for now. Impossible. If your train is small enough and you have a large enough bus, you might be able to get like a full bus into the train, but yeah, it's difficult. Or maybe if you use 2 trains. What if you have a second train in the station that picks up all the people and then unloads them again? Basically like keeping it in the area. And at some point another train is going to arrive and also wait until loaded for people, and then the other train will unload its workers and they will all go into the second train. Maybe that's the way to do it. I wonder if we could use a Let me try something. I got rid of all the horse carriages. So the idea would be, okay, it doesn't work here really. The idea would be to like load all passengers, unload them at the train platform. But this one doesn't have a road connection, so that one does not work. Never mind. It would work on the train platform with a road connection, I guess. Oh, it might work. Like if we build a road connection connecting this building. We could park a bus here. And then loading and unloading workers constantly. Until it needs repairs. Can only admire your skill at playing in the early start, as I've only played since the 1950s. Ah, hello Mavic. Welcome. Early start is cool. Everything is way slower and very low capacity. But once the trucks start showing up, we'll have to migrate to the new capacity and actually try and utilize it. But thank you. We'll have to start another passenger train. Personal cars are not available yet, and I wouldn't want them to drive to the university anyway. I think forklift garages do not get the 49 buff. 49 buff? What 49? Oh, assignments. Huh. Well, might be a request if you want that, I guess. I only watch because I don't understand English that well. Ah, okay. Learning English. An admirable goal. Thank you for the follow, Marvich. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. We got one more sewage carriage here. We'll need a proper technical service at some point. I guess we can start setting that up. The water loading here directly works quite well, and sewage transportation away to the border works well enough too. But yeah, I would really want to like have larger capacity vehicles before using a technical service in the area. AMO vehicles for technical service duty seems quite fuel inefficient. We gotta push the loyalty. It is still my main goal. 75% loyalty or higher. Move into this building, provide loyalty to future orphans. It's a foolproof plan. It just hasn't really materialized yet because of all the other shenanigans that were ongoing, like the pollution, the lack of money diverting interests into Ustron. It's been a slow process. Okay, then we're gonna get rid of that one. Because we already have a signal here, which is enough for construction work. At some point I'll have to move that though. Our first proper gas station next to the construction sector probably makes the most sense, and then we can build out from here, distributing proper gas stations across the map and removing all other horses. I still can't believe how much money we get from exporting those vehicles. I guess you should split them up with horses and horse carriages. I don't think the horses survived the regular export by like open flatbed horse carriage. Splitting them up seemed to generate a lot more money. Hello, Angry Shrimp. Welcome. We'll have to acquire 2 more passenger cars, maybe 1 only, and 1 train or 2 trains. I wonder if I could run this route with only 2 trains. 1 train every 120 seconds is a lot. If we only had 2 trains, it would be 1 every 180 seconds, which still sounds fine. Just a couple more angry people in Pruskov, and I don't think that's going to be a problem. I guess you need to go to any building. Back to that stop. Maybe we shouldn't have any workers waiting here, I guess. They should stay in the bus platforms right now. That's why they're there. And then later on, I guess they can go back to the train station and we can pick up excess workers. If all the buildings are filled. And there's too many. But right now keep the research facility running. Yeah, we'll have to shift over to a new orphanage. This one I should empty out and prepare to like get rid of. I don't think there will be an orphanage in this town anymore. I think it'll be run external. No, well, that's not correct. I think the orphanage here will remain because it's right next to the university. So technically I guess we could run a large orphanage in this town too. Still micromanaging orphanages, yes. It's a good game. What was that? Unknown loyalty from Abyss Lady flat, sure. Orphans and resources. No, they already fall into the second category. That's fine. It's horses and resources. Orphans are resources. We'll take one of the trains and assign it to this route, which will, like, take away the horse carriages here. We won't need them anymore after that. Comically evil streamer. A little bit. Is this a modern fire station? Yes. Still has horse fire wagons in it. We'll need a gas station nearby, but other than that... Technically it also only needs fuel deliveries to the fire station itself. Then it would run well enough anyway. Don't have a distribution office for that yet. The more trains we have, the more coal we'll use in the end stations. I don't think a coal train can deliver directly to an end station. I haven't tried it. Because when you assign an end station, you don't have any loading or unloading commands on it, I don't think. No. Does not work, unfortunately. Can we get a coal mine this run? I don't know. I think the 1900 start run will probably end somewhere soon, and then we'll move over to a little break before probably starting Mega City 19. But this run will continue until I figured out the orphanage situation, so it's not over yet. Nope. Next game is probably going to be Shadow Empire with DLC, if and when that comes out. And we still got other runs ongoing. I'm not going to replace it. It's going to go at the end of the queue. I guess the students don't mind waiting. So the students we can just make them walk around back and forth. But then these ones, I guess, are not gonna go anywhere is the problem. Actually, that's not true. We're still gonna pick them up. Passengers themselves do have their own free time, which counts down at the same rate, so that one we can't do. But yeah, the students just wait for school time, so they have like an infinite amount of wait time, basically. Until one of the trains picks them up. Factorio? No, we're not gonna do the whole, like, guess the next game kind of thing again. Alright. You should be able to run from here to this stop right now. And then you can load whatever's on the platform, I guess, and bring it back if there's anything. I mean, it's fun to guess. You can run predictions. I don't even know. So it's like, whatever I'm like interested in playing. I have no idea yet. I still have some open things like Euro Truck that I would like to continue. Grimshire. Couple of demos released recently. I got some more interest in another like medieval life simulator. Pathologic 3 is open, maybe Cyalic. I would like to do another Master of Command run. European Universalis 5 will probably get an update in February. Then the question is, do we continue or start a new run in that? Stalker 2 is still open. So much stuff. You love gambling? We cannot run predictions here. No. I mean, I can throw up a poll, I guess. But it's for nothing. Streamer needs to be affiliated and registered in a country where gambling is legal. Wiki 3. I am still waiting for a Warfare update in that game. Playing EU5 made me realize how much I miss Warfare in Wiki 3. And the system that is in the game, in theory, is a good replacement, but in practice is a more micromanagement heavy nightmare. That does not feel very thematic. And you also don't have any resource storages, which for World War I kind of make like no sense that you don't have that. Otherwise blockades are gonna be weird. Stream Elements probably has point system, yeah, but then you have to all incorporate it into like a chat system. Right, we can go build that whenever you want, sure. But after that, go and build towards the end station, I guess. Wiki 3 combat is better than EU5, to be honest. No. The whole fact that you have to micromanage naval landings, because your armies don't auto-assign themselves to naval landings, even though they want to discourage micromanagement. And that, well, okay, it got better, but like the front lines don't feel like front lines to me. Like no theaters, basically. EU5 is not a good like grand strategy warfare system, but it's a game system that I am learning right now, and I feel not encouraged, but engaged by it, I guess. So that's why I'm still liking that one. Bring coal here too. I guess we'll add some more trucks, maybe? Chasing armies in EU5 is awkward and very cheesy. If they don't have any forts, that's the same, yeah. But you wouldn't be able to chase armies if they retreated far enough and are behind forts, I guess. Plus you can stack wipe any army with enough size anyway. But yeah, next patch, see if they fix the whole balance, or at least make it more palatable. And while I do appreciate the AI trying to win the game now too, it kind of shows that there's no protection for the Holy Roman Empire. They're not coming together to defend themselves against outside aggression. Or the Holy Roman Emperor is like even encouraged to just like use the HRE as a vassal feeding mechanism. But that is a different game. Anyway, it gives me something to talk about while we're waiting for the loyalty of the orphans to go up, I guess. I hope they had orphanages in EU5. Another thing I was thinking about is the orphanage currently doesn't allow people moving into like the student hall, right? So what if we set up a residential building and only one residential building that allows anyone with a loyalty of over 75 to move in, no matter the education, which would then be the orphans, and then we can manually move them into the student hall. Hello, Kanatka. Welcome. Road around here is done. Repair station building up. We'll have a footpath leading towards it, of course. Yeah, I think this will still run fine with 2 trains. I mean, like I said, the settlement doesn't need that much transportation. And we don't care about the happiness or loyalty at all. It's an overflow settlement. That'll be fine. Where will you move into with a loyalty of 44%? What will you do? There should be enough housing, I think. Cusco. I guess that is kinda true. Moving people with 44% loyalty to Prosco feels a bit mean, but what can you do? We don't have a fine-grained loyalty set up in houses, and that's fine. We need to let overflow workers go back to the train platform, meaning you are not going to send them to other buildings. However, you will send them to basically we'll feed like 10% back, I think. Which means the more and more workers pile up here, 10% will always be fed back to the train platform. Hello, Kelly McGilrath. Welcome. I'm pretty sure I had a footpath possible here. And I guess these horse carriages are now also obsolete. We're not really transporting highly educated workers here though, which is a problem. There's no highly educated workers making their way to the train platform at the moment. But if we stop loading them from this bus platform, then I guess they have no other choice. Anyway, let's put a vehicle depot down and then phase them out as well. It's only 4 carriages, that's enough room. So in theory we could also bring workers to Ustron by train, I guess. If we build a passenger unloading station here for trains, then that would work as well. But I'm perfectly fine running this with phone workers, I guess. Hello Berlinus. Welcome. Okay, construction train is trying to get here. It has to get past the other train that runs this way. Because currently they're all going through the same path. Okay, a construction train has made it. Okay, sure. Hello 50. Welcome. Why you no loyalty? Why is the loyalty stuck? I guess it takes a while. It takes years. Back to witnessing the progression of the glorious Republic. Yep. The modernization away from horse carriages now. So we can more efficiently focus on the loyalty programs. And maybe it'll work. Passenger train is now active? Yes, it's been running to Fusco for a while. And I'm sending a single train to Beslady. But currently there's a rail construction in the way, so it'll have to wait until that one gets behind the signal and or to the end station. And then we can incorporate the end station as well. Oh, search radius is now 5 kilometers for the rail construction. I don't know if that was already there, but I don't think so. I think that one got boosted by 500 more meters. A quarter of the Republic's, like, size, I guess. It's pretty far. For a 20 by 20 kilometer map. Okay, we gotta get rid of the other signal now. That one. This one has to move here. Someone started in 1850 or around there. That sounds crazy to me. Hello, Pion. Might try that for the Mega City 19 run, maybe. Sorry for like bugging you about your camera location, but I think it's like I read somewhere that's like a very famous thing. People like having face cams pointing outwards away from like the action of the like what's going on stream. It looks very strange. And now after you change it, it totally looks like you're looking at what's happening on screen. It looks really cool. Hello Gusko. Thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. Tried to avoid it in the past, just got lazy about it. Ah, okay. Well, we got a lot of people. I think the train leading to Project O needs to load the highly educated people first. And then anyone else. Make sure you load as many highly educated people as possible. Realistic plus low tech is crazy. We are using the Time Master mod, which is just a script that you can run. So you can move the time back by a decade multiple times. It doesn't change the vehicle availability, so if you're starting in 1800, you won't have any vehicles other than horses, I guess. Or you don't need to modify save games. I do modify the save game to fix the statistics, because it does remember the first day you started at. So I just remove the stats in file, and then it writes the new statistics from day one, instead of having that weird entry from 1920 which messes with the end date, because it then thinks the end date is 1920, and it looks, well, start date is 1920, because it thinks it's the first day. It's a bit weird. But yeah, we need professors here. That setting is completely incorrect. There we go, that's still from the previous line. Why did you not send other people out? Oh, because you're not told to send them to the bus stop. Other buildings, well, university first. Then other buildings. And the bus stop, I guess. Just make sure you unload everyone. Couple highly educated people. I think we could try and flip around the university situation now for the orphans. We'll still wait until the research is done, of course, but if I get a second train running here, it might be possible. Although a single train might also do it, because, well, if we have two trains running, one's going to be at the station and one's going to be here, and then they have to wait for each other in both directions anyway. So I don't think we're going to save much. Loyalty status is not good. 30%. But now that the train is up, we can think about moving the students from the city to this university instead. Which then might help with the situation of getting all of the orphans into the university inside the city. Gotta be careful with that, because we don't want to run out of higher educated workers, of course, but we will still accept very loyal people inside the city to study here. And with the student hall, I guess they would be allowed to study for as long as they need to. Orphans is equal to enemy of the state. Not yet. That might happen at some point. But currently, it's still fine. Hello Burns, welcome. Oh, the status in chat or in the game? Oh, chat is at slightly above 10%, but that's fine. course in chat, who would betray me? I don't know. Hard to say. I think Berlinus has been plotting for a long time. I need another signal here. I don't know if that's gonna work. Probably not. It should work. I don't know. Was left earlier today and my general motivation has been declining anyway, so today I'm going to tune in a bit earlier. Excellent choice. Maybe you can join the people in the orphanage and gain some extra loyalty, then get your motivation back up. But yeah, I think we'll run it that way. Like, I think this is gonna work. Having everyone inside the city study here instead of the one next to the orphanage. And who knows, maybe we'll build the large orphanage inside the city because it's like the most reliable way to run the orphanage, right next to residential buildings. If we have enough people with loyalty in there, of course. We were out of money for a brief moment, so let's increase our loan to 700,000. So I don't have to worry about that. Don't offer me, I'm too poor to be Batman. That's, I guess, one way to look at it, yeah. Even you can become Batman. Should I rename the orphanage? Or is that in bad taste? Batman tryouts. Orphans are nothing but troubles. I think we need another boost of loyalty, but I think I'll wait until we're like done with the train tracks here. I mean, only it's a little bit more construction. What is the rail construction office building right now anyway? Oh right, that one, sure. That is allowed. Fine clothes equals loyalty boost? I don't know. I think that's an imperialist Western viewpoint, and I will have none of it. How do we do this? I guess 50-50 split for everything in excess. Means we don't get any workers from here to the fire station, I guess. Students have only one loyalty for my coffee that I right now bought for the way to go to home. Well, if you don't have any loyalty for the stream, that's fine, but don't rub it into our face, please. It's very mean. I mean, workers should be rewarded for their hard work to prosper the glorious republic. They are rewarded by living next to monuments. I don't know what more they could want. Seriously. Germans has the same loyalty, but with a beer. Better a coffee. That depends on what you like. I don't like beer or coffee. I tried coffee again. Didn't like it. I tried, like, one thing that was the least amount of coffee and it was still so bitter. I had milk and stuff in it. No. And then I was really awake for a while. And I can just drink a Coke for that feeling too, I guess. Without the bitterness. Coffee milk creamer is equals heaven. Everyone is allowed their opinion. I think I have frothed milk on top, but even the milk was bitter. I don't know. And yes, I guess you can drink it until you get used to the bitterness, and then there might be something underneath. But I'm a filthy casual, so don't care. Do Germans prefer coffee or tea? I have no idea. Depends. I don't think we can stereotype Germans into liking anything. Cafefe is overrated. Drink whatever you like. It's like, but don't be surprised when someone doesn't like it. German drink tea as a spy from the UK. That's a bit harsh. So we should be almost done with the research. 15% left. Pace has been picking up a little bit now that there's 2 trains running, I guess. The train from Project O should be able to get to the repair station, but it will then only go back to this stop, not the one in Project O itself. I don't know if I have to put a turn in there too. Hopefully not. My god, the loyalty in these buildings drops so quickly. Ugh, I don't like it. I mean, there's some people with good loyalty in here, but it's not enough. Drink whatever you like, Des. Will do. Energy drink, hell yeah. I tried energy drinks, yeah. They also made me awake. And didn't taste bitter. But also not really craving those, I guess. I'll just be tired and sound tired. I guess that'll be fine. Why is this turning into like a energy drink talk? Alright. Just go home. You unload workers. And then load whoever's here, I guess. Should only be workers. It shouldn't even be highly educated workers that we load from here, but maybe in the future it will be. But now we can use the end station. They say that coconut water is a natural energy drink. Do they now? Can we trust them? Why did you remove all assignments? God dang it. I just misclicked once. Oh, that's students. No, that's fine. Students go any other building and then to the bus stop if there's no room. We could slowly trickle in the students into the university by reducing the number here. Does that make sense? Maybe later. I guess that's how you could regulate your like university throughput. Or you just say like, okay, 10% of the students in this area walk to the university and everyone else walks to this bus stop and then back. And so you only get 10% of the students, but they, yeah, their time doesn't run out. Are passengers students or tourists? Passengers are passengers. Students are students and tourists are tourists. So we got students, we get passengers, and we got tourists. Currently the line is not set up to bring students here yet. Passengers are useless. They're the future of the Republic. I disagree. Where's the train? We are not moving. I mean, there's going to be one line going in and one line going out, so... Also, there's a construction train in the way. That has a little bit of an impact. But once this train is built, the construction train is built past the signal in the area, at that point we can start ferrying students here too. They do not contribute to the Republic's economy. So don't babies and children. So, I don't know what to say. We'll increase the priority of one of the buildings. It might be a little bit low on open hull flatbed vehicles. Well, at least the construction train has moved out of the way and now it's going to get run over. Train wins. It's gonna turn around in time. It's got so much time, it's fine. Choo-choo indeed. Once the research is done, like I said, we'll do the university education for the city externally, and the most loyal people can study right in the city. But everyone else can attempt to study here. Still a minimum loyalty of like 30% right now. If you import a train from either side, will the train appear at the customs house? Yes. It's a vehicle inside the building then. That will try to move out, unless you go into the customs house itself to buy it manually and then you move it manually. Oh, we got the BR80s now. Excellent. Small shunting locomotives. I should get one of those. Money well spent. I think so. It'll allow us to pull in new gear from the customs house without dedicating a like larger train to it. I still have the export train for the horse carriages. That one is still a thing. So if I get another passenger wagon, we can run 2 trains on this. Which we might need because of the students, but yeah, I'll set up a second train here. Only a second passenger wagon should be sufficient. It's not like it's spending all of our money or anything. They load the train on horse carriage? No, we're loading the horse carriages on trains to export them. The horses and the horse carriages are being exported. We're basically getting rid of old vehicles. And making a little bit of money with it. That was expensive. Yeah, apparently horses are worth a lot of money. 10,000 rubles. Sheesh. For 8 horses. Finest stats. It's a lot of money. Oh, power's out. We'll get some money, it's fine. Yeah, they're worth quite a bit. Huh. Would it make sense to set up a farm directly into a vehicle production for horses then? To export the horses instead of the grain? Because we need less transportation capacity? I don't want to think about that right now. You go here, pick up any train car at the border and bring it back. And you're gonna basically copy the route over to the shunting train and join the passenger locomotive, bringing workers to Project O. How much is earliest train track build weight? It can be transported by the new horse carriage. It's not that heavy. 2 tons. 3 meters. Disassembled track builder. You need to buy the disassembled version, not the full version. I guess... Sure. No, don't load university students. Do they get older while they're like wandering around here looking for like... Yes, they do. Because they're gonna be perpetually like just walk back and forth all the time. They're not gonna do anything. Last construction phase for the flat. I will take out another loan because electricity situation is not something to be toyed with. Okay, 19%. Let's drive up that loyalty requirement to 60%. Let's do 50%. Student hall, probably 60% then. This should now mean that all orphans, or at least like an equivalent amount of very loyal people inside the city, should get an education. At the beginning it's going to be a little bit annoying at how few people go through here. But like I said, we're going to change the routes soon. Students are now allowed to wait here. And you're going to load university students here. Research isn't done yet, but we'll build up a pool of university students in the area so they can start going to the university as soon as the research is done, I guess. And that's going to be all of the university students who cannot get, like, who cannot study in the town. So the bus stops are going to fill up pretty quickly. But those that can study will return to the city, and those that cannot will, I guess, stay in the area, so should be fine. Is it possible to export commodities using cableway? No. There's no border connection for cableways, as far as I know. Maybe there's a mod for that. Tourists and passenger students are allowed, yeah, 20%. You should be going to the university. Are you not going here because we're doing full research? No students in auditorium. No students allowed on the stop. No passengers, no tourists. Cableplay would be an interesting way to export, but I'm not aware of that being like a thing in reality. A cableway actually crossing country borders, because that would be a pretty easy way to smuggle stuff, I guess. Seems kind of risky. So, one extra passenger train to be started once the rail construction here is done. Not yet. It's a bit much to run 2 trains here, but hey, it's probably fine. Here's the students. Currently the university doesn't work, but soon. And I think that will move into the student hall if needed, but yeah, we'll prefer also based on education level. Trying to get a couple people through, not all of them at the same time. Which will hopefully keep our base level of higher educated people inside the Republic in an equilibrium while we're trying to boost the loyalty with the orphans. Yudauchov. What was your name? Yudauchov, Eric Semyonovich, trying for the Batman tryouts. Making good progress. Should wait for the next EU5 patch or get it now. Buying it? I mean, you can buy it right now. If you don't know the mechanics yet, it's gonna give you ample time to learn stuff. But the next patch in beta should come early February if I read it correctly. So you can give it like a practice run, get used to the mechanics. But if you want to start with a full-on run that you want to play start to finish, then yeah, wait until February. But then again, doing a full-on run on a beta patch could also result in some issues, I guess, when they're doing balancing changes. I'm not sure what's going to happen to our run. Very few children in the orphanage right now. 11, 21-year-olds without their own flat, which I guess is going to be low loyalty basic education citizens, because this is 4. Now it's 10 because one moved in. I wonder if I should move the highly educated people in the back, because that's where the pollution is going to be the lowest, I guess. But that's fine. So currently the university should try to make a lot of loyal people, but also a couple highly educated people but the loyalty can be below 50%. But those that are from the Batman tryouts will usually have their reduced loyalty compensated for when they go back to the building. And hopefully they can all move into residential buildings that work in the orphanage again. Until those are full and they can move into buildings that work in the school or university. While you are keeping everything else, like, populated, I hope. And then we might drop the loyalty requirement to stay in the student hall a bit. It's people with 33% loyalty in here. Eventually they'll get kicked out though. Okay, let's go for loyalty. Let's try this at 60%. I don't think we have anyone at 60%. But I will get some migrants, I think, of high loyalty to run it. This is gonna be expensive. It's only 17,500. We spend more on that train wagon, I guess. Gotta be careful not running out of money moving into winter, though. Why are you complaining now? Oh, you moved into an area where you can't get into the end station yet. Well, tough luck. Go back to the other building. The Royal Construction Vehicle's on the case. As soon as this train is moving past here, this one can start moving. And then once the train is past this point, the rail construction vehicle could start moving. It will have to start moving because no other train can move at that point. Oh. Music stopped. Had to restart it, but it started in the middle of it. Didn't want that. Next residential building is up. Mixed loyalty moving in, more workers, lots of room. Basic education only, no 75% loyalty or up. Why are you trying to move into the same stop as the construction train right now? What is wrong with you? Was there a Oh no. No, I think it was fine. But yeah, we'll have the waypoint assigned so you don't accidentally run onto the wrong track again. There's a few people in the from the student hall here with high loyalty, which is good to see. 64% loyalty. Very nice. I hope the orphans get it done in time. And I hope this university is almost done with the research. It's been so slow, but I didn't want to spend more highly educated workers in the area. Because I don't think it's gonna work. I mean, I guess I can bring it up to 10, because the education of the people visiting the university is gonna happen in bursts. And maybe we'll bring more than 5 highly educated workers here at a time, and then they should all work in the university at that point. Especially if we migrate the city to mostly highly educated workers, which was originally, or like recently, the plan. Kinda deviated from that again when we dropped from 29% to 15%, but I think we're back on track. I do wonder if I should move the very loyal people only into the building that brings more children through the school. Because then those could work in the orphanages. But no, that's like the increased loop again. That's the loop where it goes like orphanage into school into back orphanage, and that wasn't that stable. I need the very loyal orphans to work in the orphanage again. And a couple of them can move into like the building for the school, but not all of them. Less than 4%. Rail construction, one more. And then we can bring in the second train, I guess. Which will increase the throughput of the workers and the students into the area, while excess workers are brought back to the city. And the loyalty here doesn't matter as much. We want at least over 10%, but honestly, it doesn't really matter that much for the students. I have no loyalty requirement for the teachers. What are we waiting for? Is there a rail construction vehicle moving? I don't see one. Oh, now you've decided to move. Maybe, oh yeah, there was one. I always can't spot that rail construction vehicle, it's so tiny. Yeah, I don't know if we would be able to run an orphanage here this way. Because I mean, once the town is like over 50% loyalty on average, then yes. Because then most of the people will have a higher loyalty when we bring them here. But before that, most of the people would have a lower loyalty. So we would just be flooding the bus stop with workers that can't actually work in the orphanage. Do we have a mod for maintenance streets? Emergency, emergency, I have to repair a hole in the middle of the street. I don't think so, no. Unless you make every road a building. Which would be madness. I think it's being blocked because the rail construction vehicle also has the... Oh no, there's an incoming train. Never mind, I'll take everything back. It's fine. Motors have work. They have better things to do. What? Why? What? Excuse me. Waiting for repair. Okay, sure. I was worried about that. I thought the repairs would be fast, but in this case I guess it wasn't. Pillsbury strikes again, apparently. Why would Pillsbury do something like that? And now it's repaired. Oh well, it's only going to slow us down a bit. We'll set up a proper fire station with 2 trucks that are going to be interspersed in their repairs, and we'll probably just build it here. So it's in range of the repair station anyway, and it doesn't need to send a vehicle towards it. And even if it had to, it would be right next to it. I'm so tempted to take out like a 2 million ruble loan and not get bothered by things anymore. Because this whole like messing around with the loans you have is like not that interesting to me. Research is done. We got Soviet functionalism. Unlocking the access to the large orphanage. As well as a bunch of residential buildings. Now we can start building a large city. And the university is already working with like 7 professors. Nice. That's a pretty good amount. Didn't expect there to be so many here. With the extra train, we will be able to siphon off more of the highly educated workers to the university education. Until there's so many of them, we don't need it anymore. But in the beginning, I think having 2 running is gonna be beneficial. I told you to stop. Why do you keep moving? Stop it. This train's just gonna run back and forth now. Okay, now that there's a waypoint that it can actually pass towards, it actually stopped. Good. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. Let me know when that is finished. All the waste has been removed. We have no other waste wagon than the horse ones. Is there one in the customs house? A used one maybe? No. No waste wagon right now. Entire map by waste wagon. Right. You're gonna go to the demolition office. Because right now we're not incinerating any waste. Might as well have another truck help with the removal from the waste of the building, I guess. We can get rid of that waypoint. And basically pass it one way now. Oh, come on, you're gonna figure it out. Believe in you. Slow crawl your way to the university. You can do it. I think at this junction it'll realize what's going on. Not yet. You're almost there though. This junction then, I guess. No? All the way to the signal, huh? You're on the... Stupid train. But yeah, if one of the trains needs maintenance, then the other one can basically keep running for a bit. They hopefully won't repair at the same time. Both of them should be set to 20% though. Let me know when the fire station is done. We'll replace the old one. I should not do variable time here, I should just kick out the train as soon as it arrives. Well, they'll figure it out. Already moved out, it's fine. This one can move as soon as this one has gone past. The other one can't move because this one don't have a space to go at. And there's no train here, but this one also couldn't have moved because both of these platforms were occupied. It's nice that the professors work longer because they had to go further to the university. Oh yeah, there's some loyal people in here, huh? Well, not that loyal, but still. Get rid of 4 dumper wagons. Now that the university here is only for quote-unquote, well, not quote-unquote, but only for loyal orphans or loyal people, I think we're just gonna run it with like 5 workers. And that should still be sufficient. The rest can work in the school, basically. Which apparently doesn't have enough loyal teachers right now, so that's a problem. Pretty huge problem. We already went through that crisis once. Let's try and avoid it. Might lower the loyalty requirement for teachers here even more. And 50% seems doable. People with unknown loyalty studying in here. They're not allowed. I thought, didn't we have like a personal car now? Yeah, the Inami. So the horses can go away and replace those with personal vehicles as well. We got our gas station. I guess you are going to deliver directly to the gas station for now. I mean, we have a distribution office that could do it, I guess. I think. There was one horse carriage with fuel distribution, but I think that one went away. This one... Nope, that one still has the horse cistern in it. Well, we want a proper distribution office. And until then we'll have a vehicle deliver fuel directly to the gas station. That'll leave one parking space open for another vehicle to always refuel. Yeah, the horse wagon didn't get repaired by the repair station. Because it's not a veterinarian or carpenter. Unfortunately. I mean, we can build a large orphanage now, at least plan for it. But I wouldn't run it until we have an average loyalty of 50%, like I said. The town usually has more loyalty than the village, so once we get to an average loyalty of 50, the town would be a lot higher anyway. Yeah, I don't know if we can run it that way, but I guess we could try. They would have a private school in the area. Only for them. No school children from the city would be allowed. And at that point we would also flip the universities, I guess. Does it make sense to have the orphanage in here? Not really. Can we make sure to always have enough loyal people delivered by train? I don't know. And I really don't want to put residential buildings here either. Maybe a whole new city. Just taking care of orphans. Now that we have trains, we could build wherever we want, pretty much. As long as it's far away enough to not call a secret police. Like, we could make an orphanage city here. 2 large orphanages, just large volumes of orphans for loyalty. I don't know if it would be robust for when we have too many workers here, but... And also we need like an orphanage that only makes very loyal, regular educated citizens. Not everyone needs to be highly educated, I don't think. So one of them would have to be able to walk to a university and one of them wouldn't. This would all start with a train station for citizen goods deliveries from Best Lady, I guess. That would be quite risky. We only have one functioning train track going into Best Lady Customs right now. That horse carriage fire wagon is gonna go away. And so will the building. Low priority. No, not again. Why is this so low? This is extremely low. You all get out. There. I'm getting highly educated workers now instead of regular educated citizens because if they don't want to work here, they can do a lot more things. So I'm paying basically double the money right now to boost the loyalty and for higher education. I also think they have more loyalty on average. Kick the people out, too low loyalty. English only, please. I can't read Cyrillic. .23 education. I'll probably get to 1.5 in one go. So many highly educated workers here. It's really good to see. If it runs that well, then yeah, the amount of higher educated citizens shouldn't be a problem anymore. Then it would just be the loyalty. Still. think we need to have the very loyal people actually work in the school. Otherwise I can't get a large enough volume of loyal people to even run the orphanage. So the whole idea of having very loyal, highly educated people here is, I think, nonsensical. I think they all have to move into this building only, which then distributes itself between the school and the party HQ. And hopefully then the school can make enough loyal people to work in the orphanage again. Which means we need like a minimum loyalty of as high as possible in the school, because that pulls everyone up. No very loyal people here. I need to be more strict with where they're moving into. So highly educated, very loyal people, extremely loyal people only in here right now. I don't think there's any other building for them to go into at the moment. I kind of wish this had like a map overlay. We'll export all the stuff from the orphanage again. Even the meat. .55. I think that's what they carry, right? No, 0.85. I'll let you run the route once, get the meat out of there, export it, I guess, go back. I could bring it to a different store, but I don't want to be looking around for a store right now. Yeah, I think the loop has to go through the school. Like, we don't get enough very loyal people otherwise. We need them to work in the school and or university, preferably the school. But university also works. And then they push everyone else up. Large orphanage in the city, on the hill, behind the residential buildings. Resource deliveries by road, via distribution office. And houses lining up around it to try and make up enough workers for it. At all times. I don't know if this is a white rabbit, if it's attainable. I hope it is. I'm investing an awful lot of time into this. I mean, in previous runs it worked quite well, and even in this one at the beginning, when the settlement was small before Pruskov came to be, it seemed like it was working. That initial investment is just quite a lot. This is working really well, I think. Yep, maybe we can move over to filling the town with highly educated workers. Once all the buildings that take highly educated workers are full. Very high loyalty, highly educated workers for the school and university. Here as well, we get 2 of those. I thought we only had 1 building doing that. These are residual migration workers. Still decent enough loyalty. I wonder if I need more monuments. I'm gonna have to try, like, I don't know, plopping down a lot more monuments to try and boost loyalty. Because I feel like our loyalty is dropping for no real reason. Other than criminality, I guess. And no electronics. But I would say that's not a reason. That is a lot of workers making their way here. But the overflow is sent back, so we're not... I mean, we're losing a little bit of efficiency because they're traveling back and forth, but they make sure everything here stays running, I guess. 10% always move back. Technical University has the highest priority, so people with a higher education are encouraged to walk into that if there is a space free. I'll hopefully get the university education going. I did get a lot of migrants with higher education to get this accelerated. I'll have to check the graph in like half a year to see if it pays dividends. Loyalty not so much. The loyalty went up because I got migrants, but I mean the graph for the highly educated workers. I mean, the loyalty should also go up as the orphans become fully educated and they move into one of the 2 buildings that should accept them. They then work as teachers in the only public school and boost loyalty for everyone. At which point we might have to ask for a higher loyalty here. But yeah, the school needs to be... the school needs to run all the students through. Currently I'm not set up to say, oh, I don't care if everyone makes it. The orphans also go through here, so everyone has to make it. We'll have to accept a lower loyalty setting in case not everyone gets through. Could be researching for the waste separation, but that'll have to wait. So not a... that's a technical university thing. I'm pretty sure. Only available in 1934, so we can't even do waste separation yet. That's good to know. So the whole idea of the waste separation plant in Ustron is going to have to wait anyway. The demolition went quick. Force buildings are so easily destroyed. Okay, we'll have to wait until 1934 until we know if we can run waste separation here or not. Can't research it before then. I guess right now nothing here is running, so we could move the power at this moment when the incinerator isn't working and put it in a place that should have enough room for it. We'll make that change right now. I said I would wait until the like the electric substation is up, but we got time right now. Nothing here requires electricity at the moment, except maybe the gravel recycling plant. And I guess the vehicle repair station too. But those are not urgent, I don't think. I guess we... well, if the demolition hasn't started yet, we might as well wait until this thing is done. Let's wait. The incinerator would even work without electricity. But not the repair building. I'm eyeballing this area next to the river here for a city. One that actually has like wastewater treatment. It could use the area of the island in between the river delta as well. What it would do, probably provide workers for like industries like coal mines or iron mines. Because iron seemed to be going up quite well in price. Not sure if that is still happening. Not so much, but it's still at around 29 US dollars. It went down a bit and then went up again, so the price stays stable for now. It's also not a huge difference between US currency and rubles. Wood price up to almost 10. Oil is cheaper than wood. Coal, very cheap. And crops, moderately expensive. Kinda expensive. When does happiness start to rely on electronics? Some people are already requesting it, but it'll really kick in 1960. But some people already want it. If we were to provide it in like a large quantity right now, I think they would demand it even more after some time. Like I said, the whole idea is to try this without electronics. Get a stable loyalty going without providing electronics to our population. Maybe it'll work. Hello, Neo Contra. Welcome. No one's picking up this waste here. Why not? Because you have no destination for mixed waste anymore. And I've been wondering why none of the demolitions weren't getting done. %0 loyalty people, 30% productivity. Enjoy your stay at the clothing factory. Come on, orphanage, don't do this. More workers here. Okay, you picked up everything. And you were not set to wait until loaded, so you're just running around. Can go back to the distribution office. We'll go empty out this horse gas station for now. fuel truck. We'll try and pick up gas from here first, as long as there's still fuel available. Emptying out the free gas station, replacing it with the proper one. And then we'll have to set up another gas station, ideally over here. If the demolition office is finally working correctly. Yes. Quick check on the buildings across the whole map for wear and tear. Nothing over 40%. And for vehicles, there are some over 20. But it's because they're getting old. They'll be getting replaced soon. Hello, Newton. Welcome. Doing okay, thank you. Hope you're well too. Doing okay too? Nice. Glad to hear it. More party officials here. Please make sure everyone gets a university education that is in the area. We will probably try and push for higher loyalty requirements as well. But the school has priority. What if you give the orphans personal cars then? Cars only for the most loyal citizens. If they have 75% loyalty or higher, we do give them personal vehicles. And then they can use those personal vehicles to drive to Project O and provide a university education over there. Or work in an orphanage that is far away. I don't know if that makes sense. But it sounds like an interesting concept. I mean, if we don't have doctors in Prisco, that means we get more orphans here, don't we? Right now that's not really the plan, because we have too many to run stable. But it could be a plan. 1.5 tons of coal. New substation is up. Oh, we can take down the power line. Oh no, it's not up. Why did I think it was up? Yep, I'm blind. Never mind. I looked at the corner of the fire station and thought it was built. But it's almost built. I mean, the groundwork is almost done. The rest of the construction will take no time at all. Aggregate loading station is back. You can start running again. Would increasing your population help you go? Thinking you could get more orphans? Maybe not worth at all. Than orphans though. Getting more orphans doesn't help me because it's like, I think best to do it with like a really small population and then try and build up from there, because right now I have to turn a lot of people loyal. Having a lot of orphans is not a good idea because I need like an equal, like a triple the amount in loyal people to take care of them. Because of the work shifts and all that. Otherwise I don't get the loyalty boost. But yeah, the goal is to figure out if that'll work, which in concept we're already done, like, well. But then how to like increase it without running into the issue that there's too many orphans and the loyalty crashes for everyone. And I think that'll involve like a prison system. So maybe I should build that up once we have like surpassed 30% higher education workers. We'll switch over to a prison system to also boost loyalty. Because the same rules as the orphanage apply for the prison. Loyalty propaganda, loyalty boost in the prison only works if your wardens have more than 50% loyalty. Number of higher educated workers after we got migrants is trending upwards. Let's see if that'll keep going. I mean, it even trended upwards before we got migrants. I got 4 boosts of migrants in August, no, July, September, October, and then December. And for now it's trending upwards, the amount. Not necessarily yet the quality of the higher education, like the loyalty of them. But that's the side project. This went up quite highly because of the migrants. Come on, people. Loyal teachers, please. Can't neglect the school education, otherwise the orphans are gonna run into the same issue like before. We have to lower the requirements or get more migrants. I think every loyal teacher has to work in the school right now. This is where all the loyal teachers should move into. Okay, now the power substation is up. And now we can do the demolition work even though the incinerator is working again. But that's fine. Like I said, the incinerator will work without. The loading station won't, but that's okay. Incinerator will be really slow without electricity, losing half the efficiency. And then water would be another 50%. So without water or electricity, the incinerator would run at 25% its capacity. Right now it's running at 50%, until we get the power line hooked up again. Which shouldn't take too long. Crucible dump truck, very good. A quick reconstruction of the power line with this substation now being obsolete as well. Making room for hopefully the waste separation, and if not, then we can have a demolition office here. But that can wait. And maybe a proper gas station somewhere nearby too. Or maybe on the main road. Resources are there, couple workers, road crane, and it's gonna be done. Or maybe no road crane because it's too small of a construction task. I can manually send the road crane, I guess. The power line is done before the waste wagon was done unloading its cargo. But now it's running at 100% efficiency, or like the efficiency that it can run at for hazardous waste, which is 50%, plus whatever other cargo is in there. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the general situation of the university education in the area. Seems to be quite efficient. Which I think means we can move most of the town's buildings finally to like higher education requirement over time. As soon as we start having like 21-year-olds without their own flat. That might make sense. We don't want university students waiting here anymore, do we? Well, we kinda do, but if there's university students in the area, they have to walk all the way to the train platform. If they can't, like, okay, check other buildings first, because you might also be a school student. And if you don't find anywhere to go, go to the train platform, and then a train might or might not pick you up. So the amount of university students will go up even further. There's a lot more that we can carry on over. 25 students now. Heating plant undergoing building reconstruction? Sure. We'll run a couple more times. There's a lot of wagons that have piled up. This will be the distribution office for the settlement, taking over whatever the horse distribution offices have been doing. No industrial distribution here. We will have a warehouse location somewhere outside the settlement. Probably coming around here for construction materials and then citizen goods. And this distribution office would then pick up from the warehouse. And all the vehicles are going to be able to get repaired directly from within the repair station, which is going to be quite helpful. And I should probably plan for the fact that I wanted to have a footpath through here. I mean, it doesn't have to be directly into that area, of course. It could be... well, the distribution office could just be moved a little bit further back. And then we'll have the footpath come out of the road. They could also walk along the road, but the footpath is faster. And we need to make sure that the building is actually in range of the repair station. That's important. And that should do it. Once the footpath is built, a lot of people can walk here to work inside the repair station, which they should be doing. Since our road vehicles, are also set to repair at 20%. At least they should be. Newer ones have not been set to that yet. We'll do that momentarily. Then we have one distribution office, possibly like undergoing repairs right here. And maybe... 2 more buildings, like a technical service or 2. Could also do that. 1 is already planned. Yep, a lot more students now. Everyone from the city basically who can't study at the University of Higher Loyalty. There. If you have more than 50% loyalty, you are allowed to study here. And if you have less than 50%, you can go to this one. I think they should make it pretty clear. Let's ask for at least 5% loyalty, so no one with 0% loyalty works as a professor. I hope you're gonna finish your education. That's so close. 0.07% left, age 20. If you don't grow up to age 21, you might do it on the next session. And if you do grow up, then I might move you into like the student hall manually. Because that's so close to finishing the education, it's worth doing that, I think. Nope, one more session of school time, let's go. You can do it. Maybe it needs 2 more sessions. Or 1 could be enough. Nope, needs another one. $1.97. I'm gonna watch, see if you go to the school again, because if you aren't, I'm gonna move you into the student hall. And anyone else who's in that building that you're moving into. Nope, you're going to school. Okay, so unless we run a very low amount of party officials right now, you should be able to get your education done. I hope. Well, it's at 2.00, but doesn't count as university education yet. Why are you making it so weird? I have to watch for home or like free time again. Why did you not get your university education? It's way too... Okay, 1 more session. You did not grow up to age 21 yet. Good. It should be a given that you get your university education this session. Don't do anything wrong. Just listen to the professors. Get your diploma, and then move into the building and work in the school. Are you kidding me? Come on. Good. After your free time, you can, and once you grow up, you can move into the building to work in the school as a professor for like most of your life. You will have the loyalty required to teach a lot of students. And now I want you to grow up to age of 21 so you can actually move out of the orphanage. With a loyalty of 100%. And you moved out into flat 6 and work in the school as a teacher, as predicted, because I set it up that way. Which should push up the loyalty of everyone involved at that moment. Yeah, I think it has to be this loop. I think the loop from like university to orphanage is not enough. I think you need to go university with very high loyalty to school to give like a lot of people high loyalty, a broad spectrum, and then you might have enough workers for the orphanage again. Most loyal workers with basic education, 50% and up, and then 75% and up are allowed to move into these 3 buildings. Or this one. Then we have a building for higher education, 50% to 75%. Working in the school if they can, otherwise university. Hopefully it'll cascade from there. Yep. Hopefully it'll cascade now. We might have to like nudge the orphanage workers into position again, because it always takes like some time to propagate through the population before the children grow up and start working with that high enough loyalty. And then we also have to monitor once a lot of like children finish school with 50% loyalty or up, they will want to go through the university, and we are currently running the university at 40% workers loyalty, which means that their loyalty will drop when they go to the school, the university here. Ideally this would also be at like 50%, so we could keep them at 50% loyalty, but we're still trying to get the higher worker count up as much as possible, plus run all the orphans through. And if I set this to 50% for the workers, we wouldn't have enough workers at that loyalty. And I would probably have to get more migrants. Okay, I don't think we need to relocate the water and sewage. I've decided that this is going to be a fire station, water, sewage, and electricity now. And if this is not enough for the waste separation, we'll figure something out, I guess. It would be nice to have the waste separation directly connected by factory connection from one of these, but sometimes it doesn't have enough space, I guess. Okay. Almost all the horse carriages delivered. Very good. They get a lot of education ticks here, which is really nice. I think a like university town could actually work. Like put the student hall here basically, with like a lower amount of loyalty, because the student hall doesn't need any workers to run. That one just needs heating. And then I'll have to go back to town to like get food and other things, which they could do with the train. But I also don't mind them like living inside the city, because I'm not sending a vehicle here every 60 seconds. That's just overkill, in my opinion. Yeah, we'll leave the loyalty requirement as is right now. This is here to make more highly educated workers no matter the loyalty. For now. Until the city gets up to 50%. Amount of tutors here is looking low. Loyalty boost isn't happening. Might have to flush it again. University education age 17. But loyalty is like hovering now depending on what the orphanage does. age 18, 65% loyalty, also university educated already. Don't die on me now, loyalty. Just loyalty. Don't care about sport. Do loyalty. No more sport. 34% loyalty. 36, 49. There's a few highly educated people in here that still have sufficient loyalty, I guess. But no one in here does, so this is probably going to be the building that we will relocate. I mean, there's not that many people here, that's what I mean. I mean, I guess a couple loyal people with basic education moved in, but they're not told to work in the orphanage first. Do the important thing, work in the orphanage. Still got horse carriages running. This isn't done yet with the waste removal, but it is being handled right now. It's just gonna take a bit of time. Let me know when that one is removed and we'll set up the gas station. And then we have gas station coverage for like the whole Republic pretty much. When are there going to be new dump trucks available? Can't sort by date of availability. 28. Saura 5B. And do also A30, but that one doesn't look like it has a lot of capacity. And the ER4 also becomes available. We're in that amount of time. We're like at that time now when the 1930 vehicles slowly will become available. Yep, there's the ER4, 3.5 tons. I'll have to get the other construction office set up. I mean, the construction office in Ustron. We could increase its range so it will be able to maintain whatever's in this construction office so they can maintain each other. So technically I wouldn't need a second one, but I do want to have a second one. Just for building speed. And to also like put some more modern vehicles in there once they have become available. Gas station is empty. We're only relying on the proper one now. If we build a demolition office here, it doesn't have to be right next to the repair station because its repairs wouldn't be critical. But the distribution office and the construction offices have such a large volume of repairs to be done, I think it makes sense of them being right next to a repair station. And we also should make sure that there's not too many workers inside the repair station right now. Once the road gets connected. Looks like our construction vehicle wants repairs. I should also probably deliver the resources necessary to do those repairs. Steel and components, mechanical and electronic, fabric and plastic. Although plastic won't be necessary right now. So no more food from here. That ship has sailed. Clothing is still to be picked up from this area until we've decided to put another warehouse down. Like I said, probably around here with a rail line leading around it. Or maybe on this side of the town. Hooked up to a road leading to the distribution office. That'll hopefully make distribution into the town a little bit easier, since we don't have to go to the customs house anymore at that point. I don't want to get rid of the Russo bolts. They are good vehicles. You could, in theory, do something in a technical service right now. I'll just keep them around, I guess. And the horse carriages are gonna go here. And won't be used anymore. Okay, I mean, sure, let's replace the vehicle in the technical service. Do I have... I do have buildings that don't have a waste storage connection. Once that waste storage is up, we can get rid of the horse carriage for the area. Because everything will be picked up by vehicles with a large waste container capacity. %4 loyalty living in a flat, not bad. That's like someone living at home with their parents who got a lot of loyalty from the public school, I think. I don't know if we can push for 50% loyalty in here. It's not that many students right now. Maybe we can keep everyone over 50%. That wouldn't be bad. That would actually be pretty good. That's like the goal. Everyone over 50%. And then it's self-feeding. Then everyone gets a loyalty over 50%, starts working in buildings. That boosts loyalty of the orphans. That's like... That's what we need. These are all from flats. 54, 51 and 64% loyalty. So even a 50% loyalty setting in the university would like drop your loyalty by a bit, I guess. But not below 50%. And not that much. Technical service being built, as well as the distribution office. We need to switch over to like truck-based deliveries of water. Just so we know we're not going to run into any capacity issues with that. We have a lot of substations in the town. And they're all like barely filled because of the vehicle capacity of the horse carriages. With trucks there's going to be a lot extra in there, but they'll have to wait until we get the first technical service up that can actually hold trucks. Yeah, get rid of everything, I think. We'll run the train again. All the things are getting exported. The vehicles, I mean. I feel like we're getting a ton of money still for the horses, even though they're not new at all. How expensive is a horse? 1,800. 1,200 for the brown horses. And I feel like they're selling for new vehicle price. It begins again with the orphanage. Let's not let it take hold. Let's get new migrants to fill the void. there's a decent amount still in here that are loyal enough. But no, we'll make sure this stays that way. I think we have to push it over like 45%, 50% before it becomes self-sustaining. I don't think it will work before that. Which is a lot of money investment with the amount of population we have right now. Like average loyalty, I mean. We basically need enough people with that loyalty to run the school reliably. Make sure the school is running. That's the important one. I mean, the university is important too, I guess. Let's not overfill the school. And I guess you should send your extra workers not to the Batman tryouts, but the party HQ. Hopefully we'll be able to get rid of most of the distribution offices soon. Is this one empty now? It looks like it. There's still some coal in here. I guess the coal we can just remove. Oh yeah, I guess there's a couple of vehicles that want to get exported right now. Gotta wait until we imported some hazardous waste, I guess. There shouldn't be too many horse carriages left, I don't think. Still got the ones inside the distribution office here. Some waste and technical service vehicles inside Pruskov and Best Lady. The distribution office from Pruskov is also based on horse carriages, but Best Lady can basically bring the resources to Pruskov at that point. They're not consuming that much. Or in Ustron, I guess the horse cranes are still there. But yeah, this traffic jam is not dangerous, I guess. There's some maintenance being blocked right now, but overall it'll get done in time. Just waiting for the boards to get exported, and then I'll send you over to the same cargo station. Once the train gets here, again, it'll load a bunch of horses, allowing more carriages to move in. Until the vehicle for the storage for vehicles is also full with carriages, and then it'll slow down even more. But it'll take some time for the waste to unload. During that time we can export vehicles. Should clear up the road again. Well, that's all the construction offices from my assignment tool removed, I guess. Let's push for 70% loyalty in the school. I don't have that many teachers at that loyalty setting. So this would slow down the school education again. Potentially. But the loyalty gain would be immense during that time. Yeah, let's run 70% here. And then if they finish the school education with around 70% loyalty, they can get a university education afterwards, where they might drop back down towards 50%, but hopefully not that much. Someone studying past the age of 21, productivity 109%, going through university education right now. Dropping loyalty because of the disloyal teachers, but yeah, that we can't change. Loyalty requirement for the university hall is 60. And if they finish with anything above 60, it would be a win for the Republic. They won't be able to work as a teacher with that loyalty, but they can work in the university, for example, or in the orphanage if they want to. %43 loyalty, someone from Pruskov. Probably not going to get another education tick right now. You will definitely get several. You had 39% loyalty. Let's see what loyalty you get with one tick with teachers at 70% loyalty from 39. Unknown, because the secret police is not doing that well in Pruskov. Right, I could also replace the vehicles in Pruskov with better vehicles. So you had 39, you just got an education tick up to 0.2 from 0.15. Now I'll just have to wait until the secret police gets back to you and we know what loyalty you have. Got 2 education ticks now. Would be really interesting to see. But the horses are currently not moving out. Now one is moving. I think it's because of the lack of workers. They're not sending out that many vehicles. 0.3. So we got 4 loyalty, 4 education ticks. You might be over 50% loyalty now. You're getting repaired. That's not going to happen. They're actually going to this thing. 41% loyalty from, what was it? That was 39. I dropped again. Or it didn't go up much. I thought it would go higher. I think their loyalty might have dropped because of the parents. 34%. Oh well. In any case, let's change the vehicles in the secret police so it can run a little bit more effectively. Faster vehicles means they get to buildings faster and should clear up loyalty a little bit faster. And also refresh the monitoring equipment more frequently. We'll set up a gas station here. That one will refuel the vehicles in the area, and we make the road a little bit longer, so a little bit of a traffic queue is not going to cause too many problems. The vehicles leaving the gas station will have the right of way. And we get some people working in the repair station. For road vehicles, motorized horse carriages. Yeah, exporting horse carriages is kind of crazy. Or horses, rather. Especially since the horses can also live on a pasture without consuming any water. One of the AMO dump trucks is going to take over coal deliveries to the heating plant in Pruskov. Making the horse carriage obsolete. Technical service we still have to build, which we would do after the horse feeder is gone. Gas station and technical service in one area here. 68% loyalty, age 22, 1.39 education. Not sure why it took so long for you to get that education, but you can keep studying. %25 higher education. A quarter of our population now has higher education. I will not do any researches in the technical or party HQ universities. Get rid of the demolition office for now. If we need another one, we'll replace it with trucks. With a truck-filled demolition office. And I guess I was about to say, oh yeah, let's demolish the footpath right now. Yeah, we kind of need to do that. Because this is probably going to be replaced with residential buildings. And we'll probably need another kindergarten. Heating capacity, we haven't increased the demand by much, but we need to be aware of it as we build up more housing. I would like to have the distribution office ready before we do that, and better capacity vehicles. It's gonna be nice being able to just export the trucks to the border with the vehicle depot as a used vehicle instead of having to scrap them. We're not going to get as many valuable materials out of it. Or we can do that later. Maybe 34 when we get waste separation. And scrap metal smelting at some point afterwards. We'll also get another free research point in a little bit over 1 year. Although I still have one left. Waste wagon, sewage, water, everything is available locally. Still no proper sewage discharge here. They have to carry the sewage all the way to Ustron. But maybe I'll set up a sewage unloading station. So they don't have to carry it as far. I really wish I built the sewage pipes differently. guess we'll probably place it where the carpenter is right now. Okay. Hose feeder is empty. Once all the horse carriages have been removed and we're only running on trucks, I think we'll consider setting up... Well... I'm still waiting for the loyalty boost to kick in, then we can try the whole, like, increase the amount of population we have. I don't want to make any promises right now. 2% loyalty and you turned orphan. That's a lot of construction work. Let's prioritize building maintenance over new buildings. Deprioritize road construction and footpaths. Still running on the meat horse carriages. I guess the clothing store is technically not necessary anymore because we have the small shopping center, so everyone could go to that building instead. Load whatever clothing is in here and bring it to the small shopping center until this is empty, and we'll get rid of the building too. think I need to move the dump trucks back in here. At least one extra. So, how many horse carriages are still active? 7. A dump carriage I just moved into the storage, I guess. Not a dump one, a waste one, that one. At least 4. Yeah. Now it's down to... sorry, no, that's not correct. There's way more. I didn't have it set to entire map yet. We still have the distribution offices running. These ones are taking up a lot of space in that. So... and the technical services, but... construction vehicles are mostly dealt with. For better or worse. Currently worse. Retrofitting a double-track railway through here is going to be interesting, I think. That'll take some effort. Might die. Hopefully not. Depends on how many university educated people are willing to actually work in the clinic at some point. Because right now it looks like no one's interested in that. Oh, you lucked out, I guess. Someone with enough loyalty to actually treat you walked in. Good. The waste is a scary one. I have to make sure that one actually does work correctly. Why are you bringing water to Pruskov? Because this one doesn't have any water right now because the road upgrade still hasn't been done yet. Because I put it on low priority. I guess that makes sense then, sure. When was the last time you used trams? before North Korea run, I think. Not that long ago. Definitely early start. This run we're not going to use trams because we're not going to have a demand for it, I don't think. Definitely used it on Siberia. Was it Siberia? I think it was Siberia. Where the oil price was ridiculous. The AMOs are not keeping up with the coal deliveries to the end stations. Why am I not surprised? Let's double the capacity for 2 extra vehicles and see if they can then keep up and probably already make the AMOs obsolete. No vehicle in depots right now. You're allowed to export grain if I assign it to you. Not you. The distribution office for fuel, I guess. You can export grain. Empty out this gas station, basically. Orphanage again. A lot of orphans. This is basically the time where we would need an overflow orphanage to make it stable. But we don't have that luxury. 32% loyalty. Get out of here. We're spending a lot of money to try and get the most loyal people possible. So we'll be spending a ton of money on trying, for very high loyalty. The loyalty is going to go up just based on the fact that we're getting migration, I guess. What? That made a very weird sound. I don't know if Prisco is gonna have its own distribution office. Probably not. Might be overkill. If we have a truck here, then I think the way to solve this might be to just run over here and pick up coal for the heating plant without having the storage. But I still like having an emergency like storage in case something goes wrong with the coal delivered to the aggregate storage. Why is the train not running? I guess that's why. More vehicles gone, more demolition work needed. Now we have to set up a demolition office with trucks. Construction waste, we have an aggregate recycling building. Mixed waste and metal scrap I'll just send to the border. Because I can't guarantee that the mixed waste doesn't have any construction waste and metal scrap in it mixed up. We can probably tear down one of the water substations too, but if they're already here, maybe this will be the room for the gas station in the area. And then technical service up here, or next to the road where the current horse feeder is. Come on. Too many orphans. Well, a lot of them are going to finish being here soon. Hopefully that'll ease the stress a little bit. Orphanage is empty. The other one. The other one will also get demolished. If we build another orphanage, it's going to be a large one to replace that one. Easier to manage. And maybe one outside of range of the university, with no way to walk there. Only access to the school at that point. Or maybe a private school. I don't think Pruskov has anything running anymore that is involving horses. Everything should have been demolished. This lady still does. And Ustron was one of the first ones to migrate. Still had vehicles, but they're not critical. I think, yeah, you for example. Okay, not critical is maybe not the correct word. You're bringing the foreign workers here. So those should be replaced by buses. Which means that the horse inn station is also obsolete. People with 54% loyalty in here, unacceptable. But I think we're already unloading workers. Which is, well, on the return trip. University education, 95% loyalty, 2%, 60%, 63. 73% loyalty, also already done with the university. 99% loyalty, just starting with university. 100%, age 11, didn't even finish school yet. Uh-oh. More teachers, please. Don't let the school situation become a thing again. 2 80%ers, okay. What are you doing in here with 62% loyalty? You know what? I think... Now you can finish your university education. I would have moved you into like a different building right now. We got 6 people waiting, moving into their own flat. Which houses have run for? Not the university educated with 50 to 100% loyalty. Basic education 25 to 75 has room. Do we have room for basic education 100% to 75? Yes. So it must be either highly educated with low loyalty, which seems likely since those buildings are full, or like lower educated, but there's a lot of room here for them. I guess we could open up some more houses for highly educated. Mixed. Zero to 50% loyalty. You're allowed to move in here. 32% higher education. We need to flip more buildings over to higher education. Come on, orphanage, don't do this. Hold. Construction office pretty busy. I mean, it's the only one building right now. It better be. We should set up the second construction office in preparation for once we get better vehicles, or use the YAR 4. but that one has low priority. I can finish the technical service first. Oh yeah, the whole fabric transportation to Pruskov is also still done by horse carriages. Three trucks probably will be able to handle it easily, yeah. Then we'll flip over the line to the new vehicles, and they're currently not allowed to import more fabric. Well, that doesn't matter because they wait until unloaded. Just have to remember to remove the road depot after assigning it to the trucks, I guess. Yeah, a lot of orphans right now. I guess the increase of population has led to that. Maybe one of the recent migration waves finally killed over, and that's why we're seeing a lot more orphans right now. I might have to double track this at some point. I mean, right now the delivery of citizens is not a problem, but it could become one. Lots of university-educated students, very nice. This university not looking good right now? Why is that? We got a lot of people with decent loyalty. I mean, some of them showed up because the secret police wasn't doing its job good enough. And I guess the workers here arrive in waves every now and then. Come on, secret police, do your job. I wonder if we should move over to a prison based loyalty system. Ideally, we wouldn't have to use the orphanages because they're unreliable. But so is a prison, because the volume of prisoners sways around quite severely. We would also need the loyalty for the workers here to make that work. What are the trains hauling? Passengers. They're bringing passengers to Prusco to work in the clothing factory. Or other facilities. And they're bringing students and workers to the external university, where we're getting the education for our students with less than 50% loyalty done. Can you get decent buses by 1928? No. AMO 15, 14 passengers capacity. Horse carriage has 28, but is less than half as fast. So no. The era of the trains is upon us. We have a NATO border. I find the Gaggenau to be really nice. They do exist, yeah. The Gaggenaus are available already, since a while. But alas, I do not have access to them. I would have to build a bridge over the water. Like either 2 bridges to get to a customs house or 1 bridge in a very long road. Or I guess like importing by ship would be the other option. I think we're running on the timer now for the horse fuel. The horse feed, since I don't think I have any more horse feeders being supplied. Should do a rule you can only import German vehicles by land for immersion. Well, we don't... well... I don't know about that. Otherwise we would have... well, we imported a German train from an eastern border, I guess. Or a Prussian train, I guess. From northeast. Technically, I guess the borders that we have right now, technically we are partially Prussia. Well, we were partially Prussia, I should say. Longer stream today? Probably not. We're gonna call it in like a couple minutes. The loyalty situation with a single orphanage is difficult with our increased population count. Very difficult. This worker sneaking in here with an unknown loyalty. Despicable. I don't know enough workers in the secret police, I guess. Yep. Orphanage is chock full. Just gonna destroy a bunch of loyalty. Can we fit the large orphanage here where we have the football playground, the clothing store and a monument? No. It's slightly larger than that. Selectable range for police, secret police, etc. would be so nice. Yeah, I agree. The fixed range causes a lot of problems. Trying to deal with like the loyalty. Having the default be the default and then the player being able to customize it, I guess. I don't know if it would like overwhelm players, I don't think it would, but maybe there's a reason why it's not possible. Maybe a technical reason. Or telling every service that has a range to only work in a certain city. I would like if you could tell those buildings, technical services and police and secret police to abide by the city limits, yeah. That would be cool. As a max range. Like, not boosting their max range to that limit, but they're not allowed to go past the city limit sign, I guess. As a toggleable flag, I guess. Not a default. And then a police station outside a settlement that does have the flag would not be allowed to enter a settlement if it has been set up that way. Just no passage through a settlement sign, any direction, I guess. If you have one in an industrial area, for example, and only wanted to take care of crime in that area. Okay, slowly modernizing the Republic. Setting up gas stations everywhere. Hopefully having the distribution office next time. We can phase out the horse distribution office vehicles. Getting rid of both of these and replacing it with a single distribution office. Merging the meat trucks in there too. And since we can now have 49 assignments on a distribution office, that large one will do quite a bit of work for the city, I think. Can do a lot of assignments on it. With that many assignments, it might even make sense to assign buildings and have fuel delivered to them, like the clinic, for example. That could be quite good. But for now, I'm gonna call it. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Our loyalty increased because we got migrants. It's not stable yet. We would need to get so much higher. I will keep investing money into it. I will see if anything changes once we get closer to 45% loyalty. But until then, we will just pump money into the system. Mainly, the school education is the important one, because that gives loyalty to the majority of population. Maybe it would be possible without an orphanage, but I don't think so, because we need the orphans to work in the school to provide loyalty for the majority of the people, and then they can split up and work in all the other buildings, aka also workers for an orphanage. I'm still not sure how to balance the orphanage with growing population, but that is something to be figured out. It's probably going to be the crime and justice system, I think. We might replace this orphanage with a police station, courthouse, and prison next time. And see if we can bring up enough highly educated workers into the prison and boost their loyalty so they can be re-released and then work in the school. But we will see. So yeah, again, thank you very much for watching. I'll see if I can rate you somewhere. Someone streaming workers and resources. German ×2, so that is not going to work, but if you want a German workers and resources stream, there are 2 people streaming that right now. What could be re-rating then? Who do we rate? Maybe Captain of Industry? Random rate? Let's rate someone in Captain of Industry. Let me take a look. Stream has been ongoing for almost 6 hours. Decent amount of viewers, no closed chat. I hope it's gonna be a good one. No guarantees. We'll rate over to Head That Set. If you want to stick around for some Captain of Industry, which is a Factorio style game, it's like the in-between Factorio and Workers and Resources. So it has less of the city management style gameplay and more of the automation and building of Factorio. But it is in 3D, and the terrain mechanisms are really cool. Seems like Head That Set is very, very far advanced into the gameplay. So yeah, if you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. I wish you a very good rest to your Wednesday afternoon, wherever you are. Take care, everyone. All the best. And maybe I'll see you next time.